Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everybody. I'm back. It's been a good rest. Welcome on in. Welcome in, Dry Gold and Exile. I hope you have both had a very good wintry break, a good week, and all sorts of stuff. Good morning, Penguin Queen. I apologize for being a little bit slow this morning. I am clearly just out of practice. Was literally thinking about going to bed and has been sick. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I hope you feel better. Oh, you've been sick but you feel better now. Okay. That's good. I'm glad you feel better. It's very hot. I have the opposite problem. Though I have since warmed up. It was so cold this morning. But I have since warmed up. I hope you are able to cool down. I always personally find trying to cool down like way harder than trying to heat up. I'm gonna have a quick swig of tea actually, because I've just noticed it as well. Nom 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 nom. Drugs are great. They are. At least when you're ill. My, what a chaotic start. Welcome on in, everyone. I've missed this. I've missed streaming. But I really did need the break, and my gosh. I think just today I'm gonna just be a bit all over the place. But that's okay. We'll get through it. So you can see I've started already. I've given myself a little bit of a head start because I was trying to work out a little body structure. Because it's been a hot minute since I've done anything other than like a portrait. So I'm like, I should get back into just drawing bodies and stuff again. So I am going to be doing that. Yeah, we've got a bit of a pose going. We need to fix it a little bit. I have monthly community challenges over on my Discord. And this month the challenge is bling bling. So lots of jewelry, lots of shiny things. So I'm going to do, I thought, let's start the first stream of the year with a community challenge. So I'm going to draw one of my Exalted RPG characters. His name is PB, and he really likes jewelry. He is a parrot Luna, so he's got like a lot of parrot motifs going on, and I just thought he would be the perfect base. He'd be the perfect base for this, so that's what I'm going to be using. Strikes a pose, yeah. So I just went with hands on hips because I felt like that would be a nice way of just hanging a lot of bracelets and stuff off of him. But yeah, I think I'll just get into it then. I feel like also the Game Chops radio has probably changed up a bit, so that's always fun because I don't recognize this track. Okay, so I'm just going to start with turning the opacity down. So I can show you what PB looks like, because I've got my layers in here as a reference. Let's just turn the opacity back up. Here he is. Here's PB. Let's get all of these in here. This was way back when like the shirt meme was going around. I drew PB for that as well. So we've got all this coloured hair. It's supposed to be like a parrot sort of motif. So parrot hair, but peacocks, got a similar colouring. Birds, right ballpark. Lunas in Exalted tend to have a lot of tattoos. So that's why he has a lot of tattoos. Generally one of my more charismatic characters. So I figured we'll go with that. We'll try this out here. JoJo poses. Yeah, kind of. Oh man, that sort of thing. I should have looked at into them, to be honest, because that could have been fun. But maybe for next time, I'm gonna start with something a bit simple, just to help shake the cobwebs a bit. Yeah, I did do some art over the Christmas break, but for the most part, I just kind of slept because I was very burnt out. I did need the rest. I'd been kind of going a bit with my day job and the streams. I'm just gonna put eyes in there. I think that's it. What kind of nose does he have? Kind of a small one. He has a smaller nose. We'll put that in there as well. But it's been nice to... Yeah, it's just been nice to rest. Other than that, what has been my Christmas break? What has happened since the last time I have streamed? Some tabletop games have happened. I have been playing in a Strixhaven campaign, which has been a lot of fun. Actually, oh gosh, it's decided to lose my mouse. There we go. I've been playing a not warlock, a sorcerer barbarian, which has been an incredibly fun combination of things that I just did not expect to play when I drew up the character. But did I get a new kettle for Christmas? I did not. But my old kettle is okay. It's still pretty good. It's hanging in there. But what did I get for Christmas? I got some nice things. I actually got, speaking of JoJo's, I did get the Blu-ray of Part 3, which was nice. Because I've got some of my other parts that I've got a lot of the other parts on DVD already. No, I think that needs to be longer. The beauty about drawing this character is that he changes his hair a lot, so I actually can just have a bit of a vibe with it if I want to. It doesn't matter if the fringe is a bit shorter than I usually draw it, because it's one of his powers. This is why I really love Exalted, because you can have some very interesting powers that maybe are just there for aesthetic. And one of his powers is that he can just kind of change his physical appearance a little bit at will, so he just has different hair lengths for different days of the week. Greetings! I'm going to try and pronounce your name. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Jinchi Q? Is that Jinchi Q? Welcome on in. Come from the Fistful of Crits Discord. What are we drawing? It is my OC. It is one of my Exalted NPCs that I have in the an Exalted campaign that I run. Looks like 80s anime hair, like the classic. I do love me some classic anime hair. Do for sure. Yeah, wish I could change your hair length at will. Gosh, yeah, so do I. That would be, it's such a fun power to visualize. Yeah, so his head actually needs to be a bit higher, I think, on his body. So let's just give him a bit more of a neck. And we'll come in. There we go. Jin-EQ. Because you love some difficult Japanese sounding names. That is perfectly fine. I just like to make sure I have things as correct as I physically can. Jinji Q, welcome on in. Yeah, so this NPC, I was just saying, we've got our community challenge. Over on my own Discord, we have monthly challenges of what to draw. And this month's challenge, the keywords are bling bling, so lots of shiny things and jewelry. And while this NPC has a lot of parrot motifs, honestly, I feel like he should be a magpie. He likes shiny things and jewelry and the finer things in life. So he seemed like the... I'm gonna just kind of draw him, and I'm going to be adding a lot of jewelry. So, oh gosh. Photoshop has been doing this really annoying thing since I've updated it, where it will just lose... It'll lose my pen for a second, and then I have to click the mouse in order to get it back. So if you see me just, like, put random dots everywhere like that, that's what I'm doing. There we go. Imagining the end of the Pirates Caribbean ride. Do you know what? I don't actually know much about the ride. I just know the movies. So, what is the end of the ride? Okay. Let's try and get these arms in. Just trying to add a bit of shape. He's not a particularly muscular character. I love that the face is just really low down now. Because I've moved the head up a bit. But I think he needs a tiny bit more shape. He's like kind of toned. When I say not muscular, I mean just not the juggernauts that some of the fighters are. Just covered in random treasure. Ah, yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to be going for here. So, I'm going to want... That's a bit too thick for the little finger. I'm going to want some fingers on here. Just going to give him sausage fingers for the time being, and then I'll come up back and ease that out. Yeah, it's also just been a while since I've started off in Photoshop here. But I thought it was probably better too. I didn't want to just go straight into the vectors. Because I wanted to just rough it out a little bit first. Ginger Q, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Pet Mimic Bot, and I appreciate it. Loud, I apologize. Let's turn that down so that doesn't happen again. Alerts. Let's bring that down. Okay. That shouldn't do that anymore. It's a new stream of the year. I'm honestly, I'm quite happy that everything's working as well as it is so far. I did all my checks. Forgot about the alert sounds. That is my bad. But I hope the rest of the volume's been okay. Let's just give him some arms. Yes, it has. Simon! Simon's here! Simon! Hello! Welcome on in, Simon. How are you doing? It's so rare that I see you pop into my stream. I know you like to lurk. The Aussie with cute stuff. That is true. Yeah, I know Simon gets very shy about all this stuff. I'm gonna give Simon a shout out. Simon is the Aussie with cute stuff. Very shiny eyes. If you like cute art and Pokemon, go check Simon's streams out. They're a lot of fun. Shares your... Yes. Your dislike of Nutella has since become legendary. We're drawing a body, a full body today. We're trying to have some detail. Well, eventually we'll get to putting some jewelry on this guy. And clothes. But I'm just doing some early sketches So now I can move this layer down and put his face back where it should be and try and get those eyes in so that that doesn't look as strange. I'm gonna put these lines on this layer still. Let's give those room. Okay. Brilliant. Let's give this a flip. I feel like the chest is a bit high. We can fix that. Fix the sins that are only visible when you flip an image. Looks a little bit of a different style. Yeah, so I realized just for basically for the best part of last year, I had just been doing portraits, which was fine because I kind of was developing all of that. But I would like to get into drawing some body portraits again. So I'm gonna try and see if I remember how to do that. It's been a very long time. This is a little bit more of a detailed style. I kind of have a few things going on. I like my doodle style, but I also like to be able to draw things with a little bit more going on, I guess. Not sure if I like that hip. I think his hip's a bit too wide there, but eh. That's fine. I can deal with that. Yeah, so I've gone all over the place in recent years with my art style, to be honest. It's always like an evolving journey. I started out with a very anime-esque style, and then I came right down into doodles, and then I've started building it up again, I think is the best way of saying it. Okay, so I wanna put some clothes on this guy on this layer. So maybe I'll just start with that. I'm gonna do like the skirt thing that he's got going on in this one, because then I can have him topless and just focus on adding all of the jewelry. So I'm just going to throw a band in here, just roughly. How did I do this before? It's like, oh gosh, Photoshop, stop doing this, please. Stop being annoying. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll just say again, if you see me putting random dots everywhere, it's because Photoshop just keeps losing my stylus for some reason. I don't know why. Like now, there's nothing happening, so I have to just click the mouse and then it comes back. I'm not really sure why. It's just since the update, I might have to fiddle with the settings again. But yeah, when I do all of my tabletop portraits and stuff, I like to just try and add a bit more detail. I liked the detail I had on his band here before, which was just diamonds and X's. So let's put some of those on there. And that one wouldn't really be visible. That one might be slightly visible. With his meat hands there. There we go. Now he's not completely naked. Yay! But what have other people been doing over the break? Apart from being ill. I think I got sidetracked. I was going to talk about Strixhaven. I've been playing in a Strixhaven campaign, which is a wizard D&D school. And I play a barbarian sorcerer, who is the least wizardy of the group. I have wizard powers, but I also don't use them because I just punch everything. Which has been a very fun endeavor. Deep Squirrel? Deep Squirrel, thank you very much for the follow. Good morning. How are you doing? Anyone else remember? I have personal reasons for asking you to pose nude line. I don't. Is that a thing that I said, or is that a thing that was said somewhere else? I could totally believe that I said that. That sounds like something I would say randomly. Come from Lalone's Anya's Discord. Welcome on in. It is a good place over there. I like Anya's Discord. It's nice and friendly. Somewhere else. Fair enough. Okay. I'm gonna try and clean the lines up a bit this time. I like these little side bits that he has going on. These like long bits. Only knowledge of Strixhaven is watching the D&D Chaos stream on YouTube with Araba DMing. Oh, okay. I don't know that one. But I feel like Strixhaven in any capacity is very fun. As a setting, it's quite simple, I think, is the best way of saying it. There's not like a huge amount to it. It's very sandboxy. Let's give him a bit more of a jaw. And then, how do I do his eyes? Usually, they are quite simple. Oh gosh. Let's come down a size while I do the eyes. I might move this eye over a bit as well. So it's just kind of like some details of other students and the school itself. And it's you kind of, I feel like it's very dependent on the players to bring characters that just kind of cause chaos. and kind of have their own things that they want to do. I think I'm going to give him a bit of an expression like this. There we go. Let's give him his nose. Brennan's character that series is Citizen Dr. Abraham Mellenblur, Artificer Undead Warlock, whose Warlock patron is himself. I love concepts like that. Ridiculously over the top concepts. They are my favorite. I'm basically like a werewolf in my Strixhaven campaign. I play I think I've said a few times, but I'll go through it again. A shifter, sorcerer, barbarian multiclass. It's not patron. My magic kind of comes from the undead. I have shadow magic, so I've got this duality thing going on, where the character himself, called Arrow, is a very energetic, very positive little bean, but his magic is creepy. And I have a lot of fun with that, although a lot of the time he doesn't use his magic because it's creepy, and he doesn't like that. So he goes around punching things. And lets other people do the magic. Or if he needs to do some magic, he will do some healing spells. But most of the time, I can get away with punching things. And it kind of works, because everybody else in the party is like a wizard or a warlock, obviously, because it's a wizard school. So I've become the glass cannon, if you will, of the group. I'm the only one who's able to throw a punch, though I'm not exactly equipped to take one. But maybe now that I have some levels in Barbarian, that'll help. Good morning, Anya. How are you doing? Thank you for stopping by. It's good to be back. Very self-conscious about being creepy, so I'm just gonna bludgeon you to death with my fist instead. Pretty much. Pretty much. I'm also like the jock of the group. You know, like I'm not very good at doing voices, but I kind of just bring my voice down here, and that's Arrow's voice. I'm just kind of like a dude. You know? So it's a very fun character to do. So, you know, apologies for the bad voice. Okay. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think I want a bigger smile. I'm like, I always like a cheeky smile on this character. Doing okay, clearing the apartment and prepping to head to the US this week. Oh, nice! Is there any fun reason that you're heading to the US? Is it a holiday, or are you visiting friends and family? Also, feel free to not say. Friend is getting married! Oh, that is exciting! Oh, yeah! Congratulations to your friend. That's very exciting. Yeah, Arrow is so much fun. I do like playing this character that I'm drawing as well. This is PB. Short for pretty boy. Because he's a parrot. And I only really play him in an NPC capacity. But he is a lot of fun. He likes shiny things. He's a bit of a diplomat. He is a social character. So I need to start thinking about how I'm putting the jewelry on him. So I want to give him a few bangles for the bling here. Do you know what? I might even put sunglasses on him. That comes later. First we do the jewelry. Stupid ideas later. And yeah, I want to give him some bangles. Because there is a little bit of like a Hawaiian islander inspiration with PB. So I've been looking and I wanted to add some like chunky bangles and some like cowrie shell jewelry. I think that is very much the kind of thing that will match his vibe. Because I've always said that he really likes wearing jewelry, and that's true, and I imagine it a lot, but I haven't drawn it a lot. Upper arm ring, yeah, I think he would need one of those up here as well. I think that's too loose. That's way too loose of a bangle. I mean, it needs to be kind of loose, but that was a bit too big. There we go. That's a bit better. So I would like to stack them a bit. There we go. Can have 2 on each arm. Missed opportunity for cannot say for mine is a dark and secretive talk. It's true. Secret trips for secret reasons. Oh, and then a ski cabin. The likelihood of snow is very low. Still a fun weekend. Family does it every year. Second year in a row you've been able to go from Germany. Oh, cool. I have never done the skiing thing. But I feel like that's less of a thing. I feel like what I probably should open with is I've never really been abroad. Because there's not really ample skiing opportunity in the UK. I know there's a few places you can go, but I mean, I'm sure it's not the same. One day, though, I do want to travel. It's just like a money thing, really. But yeah, I think some nice sort of thing up here. I want to give him a cowrie shell necklace. Maybe some dangly earrings as well. So what's on this layer? Just the jewelry. Perfect. Just making sure I'm not getting my layers mixed up already. Let's give him a nice band. I might give him 2. Let's give him 2. What the heck? Okay. So... actually, what I'll do is I'll put the bands on another layer and turn the opacity down. Because the cowrie shells, they don't really have much of the band showing, I think. So let's just try that as a guide. And then we can try and put some shells on there. So we've got like maybe just a few beads in between. And then they've got like a long shape like this, and then they kind of have this little wiggle going on. Wiggle. Yeah, I like this. And that should be relatively easy to figure out later. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. Went snowboarding once for a week with some basic dry slope lessons beforehand. Oh, cool. Gosh, I've always wanted to do something like that, but I just feel like I would injure myself because I am a very clumsy person. Been skiing for 31 years, since the winter before you turned it. Wow, that's amazing. You must be good at it then. Or at least, you know, like, confident with it. Not good at snowboarding. Fair. Work. I feel like it's something that's would just take a while to, you know, build up that sort of skill, because it just seems very, very intensive on the body. Work a bare minimum, customer service, retail job, taking trips all over the place. Denmark is personal favourite. That's fair. I mean, it really depends on your circumstances, right? Like, and I guess priority of stuff. Growing up, it was just like not in the cards for us personally, but yeah, everyone's circumstances is different. I feel like the way I grew up kind of defines how I see it. But it is definitely something I would like to do, and kind of soon, but maybe not this year. At the moment, I'm just saving for other adult stuff, which is always a thing. Gonna go lurk. Gotta keep cleaning. Have a good lurk. Thank you for stopping by, Anya. Can do black diamond, double black diamond trails. Ooh. I mean, I feel like I've talked to people who have skied before, so I feel like that's the top level of ski, right? Either way, I feel like it sounds impressive. Not trying to knock or anything, just yeah, oh yeah, definitely be proud of yourself. It's great to be able to do that. Anya is a ski ninja. Apparently so. I never knew this. There we go. Now I know if I make a character who can ski in Anya's campaign. I need to come prepared and ready. I need to at least know what all the diamond colors are. Because otherwise I'm gonna regret it. It's been a few times I've accidentally kind of come to a campaign with a character and another player knows more about that thing than me. Like I ran an entire campaign about seafaring, like adventures on the high seas, and I don't know a lot about boats. I feel like that just comes out, you know. I just wanted to have fun pirate adventures. I came at it at a very low bar, and some people were just they've been sailing, they know all the ship's terms. So they would describe in very, very good detail like what they were doing, where they were. Or they'd just be like, you know, I go do this, or I'm at this part of the ship, and I just had to always be like, could you explain, could you dumb that down for me, please? It's like, I'm sorry, but I learned a lot, because I was like, you know, I'm gonna try and remember these things since all of these people know stuff. I feel like as the games master, that's my job. But I don't know, I feel like a lot of it's gone from my brain now, because it's been a while. Time for the old I dungeon, do not know anything about the thing but my character. Yep, I do that a lot. I once had a character who was a teacher, and then one of the other people who joined the campaign, because I didn't know them in real life, turned out to be a teacher. And I was like, oh boy, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I get anything drastically incorrect. I just assume it's the most stressful thing. That's where I'm coming from here. Trim the bilge on the aft poop deck, use scangly dogs. Yeah, that's where I was coming from. I was like, I can run a seafaring campaign. I've seen Pirates of the Caribbean. That's my qualifications. There we go. Oh, we have some nice cowrie shells now. And I want to put some detail on these bangles. Like, I want to put some flowers on here. Like, some nice, like, big pointed flower designs. Like this. I know I'm very zoomed in. Oh, that's a bit too curly. Yeah, like that. And then I'll neaten that up in the vectors so it's more even. And then I can copy and paste it over. And I'll do it across all of them. But I'm like, I don't need to do that too much now. Because I'll just do it lightly to remind myself. Otherwise, I know what I'm like, and I'll just forget to put the flowers in. So we want flowers in here. And we'll do them a lot neater in vectors. I promise. Okay. Now I want some earrings. He has long hair. But I feel like if I want some like big scoopy hoops. So I'll be able to see a decent amount of it. Let's turn off. Is it this layer for the time being? And use that as a guide. So this bit's covered, but this end bit here will be visible. I might also just turn the necklaces off. Let's make them big. Okay. Think a bit higher. And I'm gonna turn down the lines a bit while I do this. There we go. So I can just focus on the earring. So I'm imagining like a hoop, like this. I was looking at some references before I started the stream. I really like these hoops that had like this bottom part filled in with like a mother of pearl or something. And then they were like a flower petal. They were very cool. Kind of like that. They're just very big. And I think in the spirit of the art challenge, I think that is what I want. I'm just gonna move that one over here. And then this will be covered like that. Now where's the lines for his thing? There it is. So I can just take the back of this out now. And that hopefully shouldn't look too bad. That'll be alright. I'll have the lines be... let's take this part out as well. This one will be in front of both of those because of the angle, so... Okay, don't need that on. Want that one on, don't need that on. Layers are getting messy because I'm just in the sketch stages. Please don't hate me for not naming my layers. It is a very disorganized day, I think, today. But I blame the fact that I'm just, you know, first stream back. It's just going to be a lot of excuses. Okay. Just going to take stock of what he looks like so far. This is looking okay. We need that arm cuff. Maybe I want to give him like a crown or something as well. I think that would be nice. So, oh, do you know what I haven't done? I haven't saved, so I'm gonna do that. Let's do that. Let's put a save in. Use of Photoshop is limited to photo editing and putting people's cats in space. That seems like a very good use of Photoshop, if I do say so myself. I know that I have a very interesting use of it, because I don't tend to use a lot of... I just use the default brushes. Which I know is crazy for some people. But... I know... Oh yeah, and then we'll remember to put his tattoos at the end. I don't want to forget his tattoos. Yeah, I just like to use the default brushes, because I never really got on with using different brushes. I've never really learnt to use them. I think that's... And I just end up doing stuff that's quite clean because of it. So... I feel like something with wire would be nice. Maybe something like with waves, because he is... You know, he's got that Hawaiian descent. He's also... like a he sails a lot, so maybe something with waves on it. Since I've gone shells, flowers, I think waves could be nice. So maybe like something out of wire, you know, like we could do something like this. But yeah, I like that. But then, yeah, this one's... I'm going to move this back so I can get 3 in. Like that. And then we'll have that bend round. Quite like that. That fits his motif quite nicely. Oh, looks amazing. Hooray! Thank you very much. Okay. I'm gonna want to try and de-saucify his fingers. Yeah, a little bit chunky right now. Let's try and thin that out. Definitely don't need it to be that chunky. It's not quite as bad over here though. And the nails will help as well. Okay. Yeah, I want to give him a circlet. And like I said before, I think sunglasses. Because I just think he's going to have such bling. I think I might go back to flowers with this one. I just think that could be like quite reminiscent of like of certain things. Or maybe I'll just go with maybe I'll go for another pattern. I don't know. I want something up here. I just feel like he needs something on around his head. Let's turn off the back layer there. Maybe just some more of these flowers. Yeah. I like that. What do we think? I think the flowers look nice. Let's try and draw some more of this stuff back in. And then after I'm happy with the sketch, we'll go for a very quick break and we'll bring it into the Illustrator. I think that, nah, let's not add any more lines. Yeah, it's like there would be a little bit of definition maybe. Let's just neaten that up as well. Since everything else is neat. And we'll make sure the shapes are more balanced when we get into Illustrator. Because that's when I tend to use a lot of the shape tools. We might end up bringing... Maybe we'll do something fancy with the eyes. I haven't quite decided yet. Well, I mean, I feel like I have to decide whether or not he's wearing sunglasses first. Okay. Maybe I'll give myself the option for the time being. So he could be... I just want to do something silly. Let's put this all in a folder. I love it. This is so silly. Look at, there we go. Now we're cool. This just might be my added optional extra. Just to make me giggle. I'm like, not sure if sunglasses exist in Exalted, but... There we go. They do now! Super cool guy. In sunglasses. I'll have to just neaten up the eyes maybe a bit. Just so shiny. Okay, and then we'll have to put his tattoos in. Now, I think I just want to make sure that I've referenced them here because they can be kind of complicated and I don't want to spend all the time doing them. I'm gonna get rid of this sheet because I have another sheet that I can use. So I'm gonna just make an artboard. Okay. And then I can get rid of everything else that doesn't exist here. And then I'm gonna import his reference sheet. And I'm gonna just make another artboard based off that. Let's do that. And then we'll move that over so that I can have it over here. Don't have to think about it. There we go. So I have, let's come in a bit. I have this reference sheet that I have for PB, and I've got all of my little tattoos referenced because Lunar Exalted have a lot of tattoos, and I like to be somewhat consistent with my characters. So the main thing for PB is the turtle, the whirlpools, and he's got this like feathery motif around going on. Not a huge amount of tattoos. There were definitely more like Pacific Western inspired characters who had more of this like the usual kind of sleeves and stuff. He's quite light on the tattoos considering. So we've got the turtle. The turtle is firmly on the chest here. So I'm just gonna block out where they should be. With these kind of coloured, I'm just gonna shade it so that I don't forget that he needs tattoos. Because I've drawn this character so many times, I still feel like I could forget. And I don't want to, so let's just block out some things. The shark, the waves kind of come down the side of his chest here. Oh, no, that was too far back. Redo that, please. So we're gonna put the waves there, and then it's got these feathers kind of that come round. Two up here, so that would be one, but it's covered, and then the second one. Cool. Does he have anything on his hands? No. He does not, and his face is also clear, so... There we go. That'll be my rough reference. That's my, hey, don't forget he has tattoos reference. And we will pop that on properly when I'm doing all the vectors. Okay, cool. It is 11:05, so I think it's time for a break. I think I'm happy with the sketch. I might, during the break, just do a little flip to the left to see if there's any like last minute changes. But other than that, I'm going to get another cup of tea and I'm going to have a bit of a stretch. So if you need a stretch or a drink, now is the time. I'm going to be a whole 10 minutes. So take the time you need and I will see everybody back here in 10 minutes. Hello! I'm back. I hope everybody had a good break. I am back here in Illustrator now. As you can see, I've had a look at the hands. I've just gone a bit mad. And been like, I need to fix these. These are annoying me. And I've just got some really, really basic things in the way instead. So we're going to clean this up shortly. So I'm just gonna pop that there. That's good enough. We'll make that make sense with the vectors. I've got some new tea. Deep Squirrel, this Be Right Back screen is fantastic. Thank you. The Be Right Back screen was one of the first things I did on stream, actually, in terms of just stream projects. That was a lot of fun. Oh, I also moved the shoulder in ever so slightly. No, this one. I moved this shoulder in ever so slightly. So now is the time where I come in with my vectors, and instead of like drawing as we were, I'm just kind of use the pen tool to try and get some nice lines. So we've got this going now. Good morning, Ash. How are you doing? Thank you for stopping by. I think I'm going to go slightly thicker. And I think we'll start off quite angular, but I think I'll soften everything up as I go. Because I tend to draw my male characters a little bit more angular than my ladies. But I think PB has got a bit of a softness to him. Just because he's not like a big powerhouse juggernaut. He's a diplomat, you know. He's got a taste for the finer things in life. He likes things that are softer. Good, thanks. How am I doing today? I am good, thank you. I am I'm very glad I took the time off that I did. I'm glad I didn't try to come back a bit earlier because I don't think I would have been handled that well. But I've had a good relaxing break, and I'm ready to come back and do more art. This time I've got like a I want to do more portrait stuff again because it's been a very long time since I've done portrait stuff. I've pretty much just done the not portrait, like body stuff, I guess. I've been doing the just the portraits for ages. So just shaking the cobwebs a bit, making sure I remember how to draw a full body. Stuff like that. And I think this is where the style will blend, because we had Simon come in saying the style looks a bit different, and I think that's true, but I feel like all of the stuff I get done in vectors is what pulls it together. Always good to take a break, but awesome to see you back. Hooray! Thank you very much. Yeah, it's awesome to be back. So yeah, I think actually no, it's a good thing. All the finished work I've got up there, like the vast majority of it is just like all the head portraits. So it'd be nice to mix it up again. And it's mostly because when I did Art Fight last year, I wanted to develop a portrait style, and then I just kind of kept going for the rest of the year, I guess. Just because I was just having a lot of fun with it. But it just makes me realize that a lot of my other character references are out of date now. So it's kind of like a new, you know, every year I kind of come in with a thing that I want to draw. So I think I want to do more character pieces. But I also have other projects that I want to finish. Got a lot of projects that I want to do. I would like to get volume 2 of my comic series up. That would be nice. I didn't get to do that last year, but I have already made plans on getting that done for this year. So we'll see how that goes. I also want to try and make like a little zine, a mimic zine. Because I really like doing all the little cute mimics. So I think we'll continue to do some mimics this year. Because that's kind of our thing. And we'll just see where that takes us. Okay, and then the earring is gonna cut the rest of that hair off. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a 4-pointed star. I'm gonna use that as a base for the flowers, because I can turn that on its side. And then I've got all the points I need, so what I can do, I can come in here, I can grab these 4 points, and I can make them curvy, and then I can grab these 4 points and drag them in, not, you know, a little bit there evenly. There we go. And then I can make them a bit more of a flowery shape. Yeah! Do you have any goals this year, Ash? Streaming or otherwise? I don't think it's necessary to have, you know, them, but it's always nice. Like, it's a good place, I think, to just draw a line under things. This kind of thing just helps me with, just organization in general. Not entirely sold on that shape yet, so what I might do is I might just break this. So there's a bit of a point. And then I'll round off the point. Because I just think the curve needs to come a little bit further down. Not just be at the top of the shape, just more in the center. Yeah, that I like better. And then we'll just curve that off. Just nice little cute flower shape. And then we've got these 2 circles. And then we just duplicate these out. Like that. And then I'm gonna just move that in there. Now, if I had this here, we would have that visible. So let's group this and let's put it about here. And I'm gonna just get rid of these parts of the shape. Deep Scroll, mine is to get back to making music on a regular basis. Ooh, music, that's cool. Had an idea this morning, it got recorded so you can keep working on it. That's very cool. Yeah, I forgot to ask actually everyone who is new to the stream, like what everybody does. So I assume you make music, Deep Scroll? That's very cool. I just want to try and do some more YouTube stuff this year. I did a little last year, didn't do as much as you wanted to. That's fair. It's very hard to do both, like live streaming and video, I think. It's a lot of discipline to do both. So that is very fair. Besides that, not really, just a long list of films to watch. Ah, that's cool. Last year I ended up making a top 50 list of my favourite films, which was very fun. Not for a living or anything these days, but yeah, guitarist for 20 odd years. Ooh, cool. You say these days, so does that mean at one point you was making money for music for a living? Making money for a living? I mean, we all do that. Or is it like an aspiring thing? But that's fair. And I also don't think, you know, if people come in and saying like, oh, I'm an artist, I feel like it's fine if it's not, you know, for a living per se. Yeah, for a while it's gigging guitarist, sound engineer. Hard to pay the bills that way. Ah, that's cool. But yeah, I can imagine it's can be a challenging one. But yeah, that's very cool. Call yourself a musician first and foremost. Just happen to pay the bills for regular. Yeah, exactly. I think that's fair, and I think that's like what most. It's just the boat that most of us are in. Things like Patreon are like have really changed that up in recent years, but you know, everyone's circumstance is different as well. I feel like a lot of people just like to keep it a hobby. I think it's good to have like a good hobby to work relationship. Mine are quite similar, but I think they're different enough. If that makes sense. Because by trade, I'm a motion designer, which is why I've got all the animation and stuff in my Be Right Back screen. But it's very, very rarely character-based. It's usually quite simple text-based stuff. So this is like my creative outlet. You have 252 movies on the list. You should probably add more. I'm very curious as to what the runtime of that is, because movies is not like a very specific runtime. You can have a movie that's an hour long, or you can have a movie that's over 3 hours long. Like, there's a very different amount of time that you're bagsying if you're like saying, I'm gonna put 3 Nightmare Before Christmas, Nightmare on Elm Street movies on the list, versus I'm gonna put the 3 extended Lord of the Rings editions. So, but I'm very curious as to how long that would be. If passions become work, they can unfortunately... Yeah, it depends on... I feel like you just gotta watch out for that, because if all of your hobbies become your job, then it's hard to take a break, or, you know, if you lose interest as well, it's hard you can't just quit. So I think it's good to have a balance, or to make sure that you leave some wiggle room in there for yourself. Usually watch a lot of movies anyway, but this is going to be a lot. But also, do put the 3 extended Lord of the Rings editions on the list, even if you've already seen them. That was how I spent my my New Year's Day, January 1st, watching all 3 Lord of the Rings extended editions with my partner. We're like, this is what we're gonna do. We've got the day. We've got an entire day to do nothing. Got a few films on there you've already seen, but it's been a while for some of them. That's cool. The last one you watched was Chicken Little. Oh man, do you know what? I have a soft spot for Chicken Little. Objectively, I don't think it's a good movie. But I really enjoy it. It's quite bad with the tropes, and the characters are just so mean. But I can't help it. It's just that, you know, when you know something is a bit dumb, but you kind of like it anyway. That's how I feel with Chicken Little. always rewatch the MCU films and Star Wars at least once a year. Oh my gosh. I was a very latecomer to Star Wars, and I feel comfortable saying it's not my thing, but it's all, you know, fair it is. I don't have any negative feelings towards it, so let's duplicate this over. And then I can finish off this earring. And actually, I think I'm gonna just want to change that up a bit. I'm gonna just move that in. Like that. And then we'll get rid of this point down here. And then I might just see how we're doing. So I'm gonna just need to change this up as well. Oh no. But I do want to just start with that point and then we'll work backwards. So yeah, this just isn't in the middle. So we'll move that over. Fair enough. It's not always everyone's cup of tea, but huge Star Wars. That's fair. I mean, MCU is definitely something I was more into. I'm kind of done now. They had me until Endgame or Infinity War, whichever the last one was. I always get them mixed up. But I watched to the end of the series. I really enjoyed the Spider-Man film, No Way Home, because I am a huge Spider-Man nerd. I feel like that movie was made for people like me who have grown up with Spider-Man as the cartoon, as the Tom Raimi films, as the other set of films. There's just been so much Spider-Man content. And I feel like that's a film for you if you like everything Spider-Man. Though unfortunately there's still no good Venom. You want a good Venom, you still only have to stick to the cartoon, in my opinion. I love what gosh, I love the Venom films, but in the not in a good way, I guess. Tom Hardy is doing everything that he can. So when it comes to the Venom films, I love Tom Hardy. I love what he's doing. I think he's having a ball. But it's not Venom. That's my opinion. I like the idea that I now have an image of Venom in a nightclub with glow sticks. That's great. So I love it as a silly thing, but in terms of like the character, I really just feel like the only thing that nailed the character is the animated series. And like and I feel like I have to even be specific because there's so many more animated series. The one I grew up with in the 90s really nailed the Venom character for me. Obviously, I'm going to be biased because it's one of the first interpretations that I saw. Though saying that, actually, honorable mention, PS1 Spider-Man. That's a good Venom. That's a really good Venom. I have strong opinions about Venom. Venom is my favorite Spider-Man villain, so I have very strong. Actually, Venom and Mysterio are my favorite ones. Hello, Ira. Welcome on in. Good to see you in chat again. Yes. Another webhead. Yay! Excellent. It's good. We're all webheads here. Really do need to read the comics to properly know Venom. There's just so... Oh man, I forget what comic it was. But there was an amazing comic of Venom talking about Black Suit. So maybe it was Ultimate Spider-Man, but Black Suit Venom just... And it was just this monologue of Venom talking about how he tried so hard to help Parker, and Parker just threw him away, and he was just so sad, and I was like, oh gosh, oh Venom, you did your best, you just You just don't understand that murder is wrong. and yeah, I really like just Venom as a villain and as an anti-hero later in the comics. Welcome back. It is the first stream of 2023. I'm getting back into the swing of things with a little character portrait for the Discord community art challenge this month. This month is bling bling. So I'm drawing my character who likes to wear a lot of jewelry, and I'm decking him out in jewelry. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. Peter's unwillingness to kill on any circumstances is canonically the only reason he's not found worthy to wield Mjolnir too. It's fair. Oh man, everyone Mjolnirs. Just sentient magic weapons is also a good time for me. I love Mjolnir. I love Parker. I also love Parker and Deadpool as a combination. Maybe one day. I'm not sure it works currently, at least with the current film setups. But Deadpool and Spider-Man are also a very good team. Do love it. Looks good. Reminds me kind of Aztec Prince. Oh, cool. He does have that vibe. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of inspirations. The main cultural inspiration, I guess, for this character usually is like a Hawaiian vibe, but I have taken a lot of liberties with the circlet and stuff like that. I'm hoping the colors will help, and these will be nicer tattoos. At the moment I've just blocked out where the tattoos are, so we'll see how that goes. Though his tattoos aren't, I said before, they're not very traditional. I think the turtle is. The turtle is the most traditional part, and then the rest are just kind of not. But I've got other characters who kind of fit that vibe a bit better. Now that there's multiverse shenanigans going on, oh man, yes, exactly. Are we talking about the new Spider-Verse movie? I mean, I was just about to. We were talking about MCU Spider-Man, but I am so hyped about the new Spider-Man movie. Everyone, like, into the Spider-Verse movie, the animated one. It was so good. I have so much joy with it. But now we've got Spider-Man 2099. We've got who my partner is a very big fan of. Miguel, I think is that Spider-Man. I won't go into anything else because I don't know what is spoilers. But we have Miguel. If you've played some of the video games, you may know him. There's some, I think it's PS3 Spider-Man games that has Spider-Man 2099. But there's so many other things. There's so many Spider-Men in the background. I saw the amazing bag, man. I'm like, yes, amazing bag, man. In everything, please. Thank you very much. It's just a great fun time. I am a massive fan, Spider-Man or not, of multiverse stuff. So even just that being in the MCU, I'm like, I mean, you've got me a little bit, I guess, because I'm always here for like alternate realities. Yes, I'm so excited I cannot speak. But that stuff is my jam. I love it. It is just ridiculously convoluted, and I'm here for it. How's this looking? This is looking okay. I might just look at how these lines are doing their thing. I'm not sure I like the taper exactly. Let's turn it off for the time being. I've got to round those off. So well animated, yes. Oh my gosh, the art style of that movie, just incredible. Blew me away. Excited for the new Spider-Verse movie. Too bad Spider Noir is not making a comeback. I know, Spider Noir was very cool. I did enjoy Nicolas Cage as Spider Noir. They added the Bagman suit to the Spider-Man remastered they did. I'm always happy to see Amazing Bagman. Also, I think... So I forgot what the game was called. There was like an... It wasn't a great game. I'm gonna just start with that. But I did enjoy seeing all the characters. I think it's a PS3 Spider-Man game. And it was kind of like the Spider-Verse. There was Madam Web involved. You had to go do something. I think it was against Magneto, actually. It like ticked all the boxes for me. And I was like, how did this just not work? Yes, Fractured Web. Something like that, indeed. That has Spider-Man Noir in it. And fun fact, I believe... This might be worth checking. I could be wrong. But I believe the person who voices Spider-Noir in that game is the voice actor who does Peter Parker in the animated series in the 90s. So it was actually really nice to hear his voice as a version of Parker again. The game, though, I think it was mostly fine. The web mechanics, though, oh my gosh. I got so mad. Shattered Dimensions. Yes. Magneto is... Not Magneto, that's a different thing. Mysterio. Mysterio is the main villain. And I love Mysterio. He's my boy. I have a little bit of a qualm with a lot of the Spider-Man stuff in recent years. My qualm is... Why does my boy always get killed? Not even just recent. You know, I'm pretty sure he dies in the 90s series. I'm like, why? Why we always kill Mysterio? Every time. Everyone else, they get, you know, taken to jail. You know, they change their ways. They become a good guy. Mysterio? No. Only death. Only death ends the mystery. It's every time I'm like, oh, maybe we'll get him to stick around for a bit, and I'm like, why do I get my hopes up? Why do I do this? So we'll see. I'll be interested to see if he appears in any other things. And I'll just be waiting there with bated breath, like, are they gonna kill him? Because everybody else does. But I just find him very fun because in the 90s version he's very silly. As is everybody, I guess. But I found there's a particular scene that really stays with me from the 90s show in terms of Mysterio. And Aunt May is in the hospital, and for some reason all the villains are there. I forget the reason, but all the villains are there, and Doc Ock is pretending to be a doctor because, I mean, I guess he's not really pretending. He is a doctor, and you've got Chameleon is pretending to be a nurse. It's very funny. And then there's this plant pot in the corner. And then, you know, when it's just safe and it's just them there, the plant pot turns into Mysterio. And I'm just like, why? Why did you pick a plant pot? like did the others tell you that you needed to be a plant pot because they were bullying you? Like, what was going on with that? Yeah, honestly, I did not suspect the plant pot in the corner to be one of the villains. So you are correct. That's certainly a thing. When I looked at it, I wasn't like, that's secretly Mysterio. So I guess he got me. You know, I think that's probably the point, isn't it? So it's a vibrant Didi, yes. Hello, Ringtail. welcome on in. I do have a snazzy new Vtuber model for the new year. Or like, you know, I guess it was, you know, I guess it's, I don't know how new it is. It's still fairly new. I think I started in December. Happy New Year, everybody. Yes, I hope it is a good time for everybody this year. We've been talking about Spider-Man for I don't know, probably the last half hour now. My love for Spider-Man, it knows virtually no limits. I just resonate with Spider-Man quite a lot. There's something wholesome about Spider-Man, I think. Okay, I want to just thin that out. And I'm gonna just go through my lines. Just want to make sure that everything's tapered in the right place. Need to come into this one. Just want to make them a little prettier. Okay, I need to lock this line so I can grab the line behind it. There we go. Just a little bit. Unlock. That looks a bit better. I still need to do stuff with these lines at the bottom. They are not quite right. There we go. Let's round that off. And now I think tapering them will work. Yeah, that looks better. Let's taper this as well. Let's taper the teeth. That needs to just come in a tiny bit. This is also a little bit over. But also, yeah, this does need to come back. Okay. We're getting there. Gonna hit save because I just realized again I haven't saved. So let's do that before anything goes wrong. That was a fun era of animation where background and moving stuff were colored differently, and you'd be like, why is the plant pot actively animated? It's true. You kind of did notice. You're just like, it's an odd amount of attention to give a plant pot. The lo-fi song, yes. The Game Chops radio is always my background music. They have a lot of fun lo-fi, like Nintendo music and other game soundtracks. I really like it. It's something I just find very fun to work with. Okay. And they have on YouTube, they have specific albums for Zelda and Pokemon and stuff like that. So I highly recommend checking them out. I think they're on Spotify as well, so if Spotify is more of your thing. Okay, let's get this necklace done. So gotta get this done. Yeah. So do you have any stream goals or New Year's goals, Ringtail? We were just talking about any goals we had for this year. Nothing required, obviously. Some of mine is to do some zines, do volume 2 of my comic. I'd like to get a Patreon started, so I've got to look into that. That's on my list. Some nice fun things. I'd like to do some conventions this year, if I can. I think that could be a lot of fun. I've been shying away from conventions the last couple of years because of COVID and stuff. But I feel like maybe it's a time to return. Don't really have resolutions or goals for the year, but do have word of the year. Last word of the year was health, and this is friendship. That's lovely. Yeah, I think I've heard word of the year before. I think another good idea. Because I don't like saying like New Year's resolutions. I like goals because I feel like resolutions implies I feel like there's a lot of pressure on New Year's resolutions if you don't finish them, and I feel like that's almost not the point of these things. Like I think it shouldn't really matter whether or not you actually finish. I feel like working towards something is good enough. I think it's because otherwise it's very easy to get down on yourself for not finishing something when, you know, you don't give yourself the credit for actually putting some steps in place to succeed. And then, like, some people just get so down that they stop doing it, and that's just really sad. When they have made progress, it's just maybe not as much as they would have wanted. So that's why I like to say goals instead of, like, resolutions. But I think the word of the year is also, like, a good way of doing it. I just think we all have a tendency to be very hard on ourselves. Never been to a proper con. Had tickets for MCM London 2020 to go see the Critical Role guys, and then, you know, yeah. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. That sounds very disappointing. I would like to go to MCM this year as well. I've never done any trading. I'd like to do some trading this year. That would be very fun. But I've been to MCM as like just a con goer for like quite a few years. I've seen it change quite a lot over the years significantly. Find that when it comes to a particular word to focus on, your actions tend to gravitate naturally towards the word. Yeah, that sounds really nice. I like that. Maybe I'll think of a word as well. That sounds good. I'll have to give that a proper think, though. I don't know if I could just come up with one. Nothing immediately jumps out to me as like, yes, that's definitely the thing. Easy to focus on something being half not done instead of going, hey, I got half. Yeah. The optimist versus pessimist thing. Yeah, I also want to work on like a longer comic plan. So the comics that I do currently, they're all very short form doodly comics. They're all about playing tabletop games. It's where my name Dungeon Delves comes from. It's how I started doing a lot of art stuff and got into a lot of communities. Those are what I just post everywhere, and I do 3 times a week. And I like doing those. But I would like to work on a kind of more of a narrative-driven comic. So I've got a plan. I've got a little document. And my goal is to basically get that done so I can start working on that as soon as possible. Like, I'm just working out the story. And I'm having a lot of fun with it right now. I think that could be a very like, I don't know, like fun project for me. Okay, now I need to figure out these lines that are on top of each other. So I'll come back at onto that one in a second. Or do I just want to group them and let the fill do the rest? I will let the fill do that, you know? So it's going to look a little bit muddled until I do the colours, but trust me, this will work. We've just got to trust the process. Sometimes things look a bit wonky. But it'll work. There we go. So I'm going to group that. I've got one layer of necklace. And then I'll group this. And it's the same with this earring. I don't like to necessarily always be destructive in my line art. And what I mean by that is how I've done this earring is there is no rest of this line. It's gone. It's been destroyed. So if I wanted to pull the earring out a little bit, I would have to redraw it. Whereas with this line here, I can kind of move it about because the circle still exists. So that's what I mean when I say destructive versus non-destructive. So I'm just going to let this be so I can kind of move these shells around a bit. And I think that will look nice. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's 12 o'clock already. How did that happen? I blame Spider-Man. Spider-Man, you distracted me yet again. Let's get his shoulders in. And then I will go for another quick break because I'll need more tea. We try to do hourly breaks here because it's good to get up and just stretch your legs for a couple of minutes every hour. And I do notice it helps my brain. Like, it's a very hard habit to keep, but I notice that when I come back, my brain is just so much more refreshed and I can engage people a lot better. So, okay, we'll leave that there. Let's hit save. Cool. I like where this is going. I might just soften the chin ever so slightly. It's very pointy. Let's give him a little bit of a curve there. Just a teeny bit. Nice. Okay. It is just gone 12 o'clock, so I'm gonna go have another break. So if you need a drink, or you need a stretch, or if you need to do anything to take care of yourself, now is the time. I will be gone for 10 minutes. So I will see you all in 10 minutes' time. I'm back again. I hope everybody had a good break. I have some fruit tea. I've switched from black tea to what do I have? I have cranberry and blood orange. It's very citrusy. And I'm going to keep on going with these lines. I'm going to come onto these hands, actually. I'm going to try and fix up all of this shenanigan that's happening down here. Right. So I'm going to rough it out as quite square. And then we're going to come back and round it off. But at least they're not quite as sausage fingery as they were before, because they were very thick. I think it's because I've been drawing another character off stream just for myself, who is just a brick wall. A very thick boy. So I feel like I was drawing his hands instead of these ones. So I'm going to want to just think about how this all sits together. I think like this. And then we'll round it off. And then that will be his waist. And then we'll have the thumb in there. And then there's just the line for his knuckles, which I think we'll just go over to that. Let's see. Gosh, yeah, I'm much happier with that. Okay. Much happier with how that's looking. I just need to not make it completely square. So let's start rounding these fingers off. Okay. Okay. Oh, Pet Mimic-Bot asked a question. I almost ignored it. Pet Mimic-Bot asks, physical books or digital? So I am more of a physical book kind of person. I like digital books because I can control F. That's always very useful. But I kind of just feel like the tactile being able to turn a page does it for me more. I really like hardback books as well, because then I feel like I've got less chance of destroying the book. Especially when it comes to like game manuals. I just can't beat a physical book. But I also like, again with game manuals, I do like to have a digital copy as well because of the Control F function. Like if I just can't find something, then at least I can find it in the digital book and always just navigate back. Missed quite a lot of the stream. Thought it was but it was possible to have in the background while doing your taxes, but you were sorely mistaken. Oh. Whoopsie. Gonna lurk with the stream on in the background while you prep dinner in the slow cooker. Ah, have a good luck, Penguin Queen. I hope that doing your taxes was okay, but congratulations on getting that headache done. My goodness me. I do not envy that nightmare. Like both. Yeah, both is good. Biggest bonus plus to Kindle reading is being able to lie on your side in bed and read one-handed. Yes, I can give you that as well, definitely. Let's just take that out. Also, welcome on in, Neep. I don't know if you've been lurking this entire time, but it's good to see you. There we go. That's just so much better than what was going on before. Okay. We have a hand that looks half decent. Hooray! Okay, other hand. Other hand time. We'll do exactly the same as we just did. So we're going to start with it being very blocky. And we'll work it out with the curves after this. I think that's more like this, yeah. And then I'm going to turn this off so that I can just see what I'm doing with the blocks. Sometimes I just feel like it just helps to see things as rectangles. How was your holidays / New Year's, Neep? I hope they were good. I realized earlier when I was making my tea, actually, on my last break, that I haven't asked anyone about food yet, which I think is a really weird thing for me. So I posed the question, what delicious treats did everybody have during the winter break? Like, any sort of Christmas dinner or other sort of meals? Anything that's, like, maybe traditional that's something maybe I've not heard of? We did a Christmas dinner, me and my partner, and we don't really do turkey. We don't really like turkey, so we don't do turkey in this house. But I had a very nice ham. We did some gammon. It was very delicious. Wasn't too bad. Had a couple of nights out with friends. Haven't seen in a while, which was nice. Oh, that's nice. I like that about the holiday time as well, is that you tend to catch up with people. How was mine was good. Mostly quiet, which is what I needed. So I'm happy. I am happy it was quiet. But I did manage to see some friends and family. So that was nice. No, I want... Oh gosh. This point is right on top of each other. There we go. I want to round this off as well. I think I might need to add like a bend in here. I'm not sure if that's working as straight, or maybe it's fine. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at this in a second. There we go. Today I'm just working on shaking up the art cobwebs, getting back into this streaming biz. And just seeing if I can still draw a full body portrait, because it's been a while. And there. This one is less... This is going to be sitting firmly on the hip, which is why I'm leaving it square. This side... I don't know. Less so? Less so. We will round this. Might need to just bring the knuckle line down. I think that's what's missing. Actually, I'm not even sure I want it to be this long. I think just this long. And that shape's... There we go. Kind of like that. Just going down like that. There we are. Okay. Sorting out those hands. Now we've got some of the other bits of jewelry to add in. Before I draw the rest of the arm, I'm going to add a slight curvature to it. Then I'm gonna just grab these corners and just give them a little bit of a curve so they're not quite as harsh. Hello! Hello, Chris. How are you doing? New year, new me. We have an entirely new stream layout, new setup. It's all coming up dungeon over here. Doing well, that's good. Really well, that's very good to hear, actually. Are you getting prepped for stream shenanigans later on? For those who don't know, Chris does, is part of the Some Other Heroes crew. They always have their stream times on Sundays. I'm assuming today is no different? Usually in a couple of hours' time. They're a lovely bunch of people. Back at 3 PM. 2.5 hours-ish. Highly recommend people checking them out if they want to see some fun tabletop adventures in a couple of hours' time. If I'm still streaming, I will give a raid, but I'm not sure I will be. Depends on how long this takes me. So I'll chuck you all a shout out now. I am currently just drawing one of my Exalted NPCs for the Discord Community Challenge. We do a drawing challenge over on my Discord every month. This month is Bling Bling. So I'm drawing this particular Exalted NPC with all of this jewelry. Because he does love the shiny thing. So I actually have said that a few times, but what I haven't said is why he wears a lot of jewelry. I kind of touched on one of his powers earlier. As a Lunar Exalted, he's all about shape-shifting. He has like a parrot motif. He can change the length of his hair at will. That's a pretty cool power. One of his other powers is he can manipulate metal. As if it were like clay. So usually he's a diplomat. He doesn't really carry a weapon, but he wears a lot of metal, just in case he needs to fashion something, like a small dagger or a knife or something like that, and he can defend himself. So he tends to wear a lot of jewelry. Obviously the cowrie shells, they're not metal, but the rest of these bangles, all these bracelets, they're going to be metal. We're going to make sure that's metal so he can use them to defend himself. Practical and fabulous. Oh gosh, if there is a description for my NPCs, practical and fabulous, I think covers about 80% of them. It is a vibe that I really, really dig. Yeah, I really liked I really like PB's power set because it was so different from a lot of others. A lot of other, like, it was so different from the players. It was so different from pretty much any other NPC that was around. Unfortunately, like, yeah, they didn't really need him. They kind of kept him around because they just liked his vibe. That's the assumption I have. I don't know why they kept him around, if I'm honest. But I'm assuming it was because they liked his vibe. That's what I'm choosing to believe, anyway. He was an NPC I brought in to the campaign to just kind of breathe some life into one of the players' backgrounds. One of the players was a part of in Exalted. Lunas have a like a pact, the Lunar Pack. One of the players was a part of it, so I was like, I'll bring in someone from the Lunar Pack just so that he can, you know, have a conversation. It's an organic way to bring up the Lunar Pack to all the other players. He can explain what it is, have a good time. And they just kept him around. I don't know why, because he was not useful to them, really. He's a diplomat. He's statted for social combat, because social combat is a thing in Exalted, and it makes me very happy. He and what they did is they took this poor social diplomat into the Feywild to fight some Fey. He was not happy. He was not happy. He was very sad about the entire affair, actually. Sometimes suspect players interact more with some NPCs because they can feel how much you love them. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, because I have such a love for this one. The Fae and Exalt, yes, they are. Oh, I'm glad you're aware of it, Chris. I think we've probably had this conversation before. It's usually quite rare I find people who know stuff about Exalted. They are very dangerous. He was not equipped. He kind of stayed back for a lot of it. He told them up front. He was like, I'm not good at this. This is like, you want one of the big guys. You want a full moon? I'm a changing moon. Like, I'm the wrong class here. You've got the wrong person for this job. So they kind of left him in charge of the boat so they could make a quick getaway. Which I was happy that they did not force him to fight some Fae. The DM loves this NPC, so we can love this NPC, and hopefully they won't take them from us. It's true. What I do, you've got to have that drama. For me, it's more, oh god, I hope they save this NPC, because I'm not. I love the system too. It's a very crunchy system. But I love that social combat exists. I love that it's not really... Combat is quite complicated. You can have mass combats, but it doesn't need to have combat to have a good time. Please save my baby. Yep, there was a lot of that in Exalted. They also invented their own NPC in my Exalted campaign. Who I also eventually just grew to really love. It was a character that obviously I hadn't planned. They basically just liberated a ton of people from like captivity on a pirate ship, and they basically only talked to one of them. Like, there was one of them just kind of was like, this is the spokesperson for this group of people. And he ended up going with them. He ended up becoming their herald, like, because it was just a dude who knew how to sail, but was like kind of just a little bit their fanboy. Was just like, oh, you guys are so cool. You know, I would love to. You know, I'm indebted to you. I would love to pay that debt back. Just, you know, I can man a ship. That's pretty much my skill set. And they were like, you know, do you have any other skills? Like, can you play music? So I was like, I mean, I didn't plan for this NPC, so sure, let's say that they can play music. So they ended up just making their own little bard. Like, it's what he ended up being. I was like, it's just a social character who can sing and play the drums. He had his own little set of bongos, and just became their hype man. And it was, I loved him so much as well. There was a lot of NPCs from that game that I really did end up enjoying. I find that all the storytelling system is very flexible. Yeah, I find that too. Just because it's less of a dungeon crawl, and it is very much about the heroes in that system. Like it's or anti-heroes if you choose to be. Let's see, the arms connected. We have arms. We need to add all of the other stuff. But we have arms. Let me just taper this line. Yeah, just because it's not about, like, it's not about the dungeon. There's very few what I would describe as dungeon crawls that are kind of naturally there. It's all about the world, because Exalted's got such a big lore, and how you're interacting with that world and how the world perceives you. That can stay. That's fine. Okay. And it's you can very quickly become the villain of the story, I think, in Exalted as well. I like that the gods grant you power for being good at a thing, not necessarily for being a good person. So you have a lot of people running around with power that perhaps shouldn't have it, or are from, you know, they're so old, they're from a bygone era that they're maybe one time they were considered heroes, now they are not so much. Very much the, you know, you die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain mantra. I think a lot of the named characters in that system fit that category. More about the settings, scenes, and playing them out guidelines. Are you talking about solos? I'm talking about everybody. That narrative is very... I guess the game kind of talks about the solos specifically, but I think that applies to everybody. I think every named character who is of a certain age in Exalted has some stuff to work through, to put it lightly. There is a lot of pretty hard themes in Exalted, so it's always worth checking content warnings. But I think there's a lot of things that a lot of the older characters need to work through, because they are a little bit messed up. But there's also just a lot of cool things, a lot of cool people, a lot of the, like, newer people on the scene. They're very heroic, very inspirational. And that's, yeah, that's part of why I like it, because I'm very fascinated, I think, with villains that used to be heroes. It's a thing that I really enjoy as I guess a trope. I guess that is a trope. And I think Exalted does that really well. Right, and I want that to be round, so I'm gonna grab these. And I guess we'll need to just pop that in so I can curve it down. It's a good one, same as villains becoming good anti-heroes. Oh yes, I'm also very, very down for that as well. I love me a good redemption arc. Like, I feel like very few things can beat Zuko from Avatar. But I love me a good redemption arc. You die a hero, live long enough to become a villain, or live even longer to become the anti-hero. Oh gosh, yes, please. You know, disgraced hero who's now, you know, has been a villain and is now an anti-hero. That's always good. The two that immediately stand out for me in fiction like that is, the first thing that jumps to my head is Jason Todd, who is Robin. The second Robin from Batman. That's what he does. And gosh, oh, who was the other one? He's immediately gone from my brain. Who did that? It will come back to me in a second, I'm sure. But Jason Todd, I would say, fits that description. He was Robin. Then he was Red Hood. And then he was Red Hood, but a good guy. Depending on the series. Maybe? I think I can keep doing this. And then... well, I think I want this to be this height. Now I'm just looking at my lines, kind of chatting to myself. I mean, I love a good anti-hero anyway, like, you know, I feel like the classic for me, it's probably just my age, is Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Because there's just so... he's just him. I really like Vegeta. Kakarot! It's just such a simple pleasure for me in Vegeta's character. Like, anyone, you know, just immediately points out, like, oh, you're pretty chill these days. It just triggers him and he has to go do a villainous thing. and I just kind of love it. Very unapologetic. He's never, like, you know, he's never denied anything that he's done. That's just how he rolls. I think this still needs some work, but I'm getting there. I think maybe instead of these being descending like they are, I think I do want them to just all be at the top. And then I can bring these lines round. So I'm gonna just need to select that. And then deselect the band. And bring this back up again. And then I'll move the other one a bit more center. That looks a bit better. That looks neater. And then, yeah. This is better. I prefer this. And then I can bring these lines in. Vegeta in dad clothes barbecuing is very iconic, yeah. I think there's probably that as well to why I like Vegeta. I do love a good dad trope. I'm not sure he's a good example of it. I think a good example of a good dad trope would be like Major Hughes from Full Metal Alchemist. He's a good dad trope. Reagan from Mob Psycho. I think he's a good dad trope. They don't necessarily need to be dads. They just are, you know, parental in some way. Hydrate, thank you very much. I will. Just gonna read the chat and then we'll have a hydrate. Maybe misremembering the barbecue, but him, yeah, the Badman shirt is the iconic one. The pink Badman shirt is a look with the yellow pants. They, gosh, it's just so definitive of my childhood. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick swig of tea, and I invite anybody else who needs a hydrate to do so along with me. Crafty! Hello! I think I had my mic muted for a second, so I'm gonna repeat myself. I do have tea drinking animation because it was very necessary. There's a few expressions that I need to add that my old model had. I need like dizzy, confused eyes. I need like a face when I'm talking about food. But I miss those. But other than that, I feel like I've got everything back in. It's been a while. It has been a while. I had a very, very long Christmas break this year. But I needed it. Nice new stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get more back into full character stuff instead of just portraits. So we've got this going. We need to add some more jewelry. It's for my Discord's creative challenge this month. This month, the what was it? The prompt was bling bling. So we're adding some jewelry to this wonderful bird Luna NPC from Exalted that I've made. Impressed at how emotive it is. Thank you very much. I think it's important. It's important for me to be able to be excited or sad or angry. I just feel like it helps. I do want to alter the expression slightly, but it's kind of when I have time. It'll suddenly happen, probably. That tends to be my workflow with these things. Yeah, so we're just going back and adding these bracelets, but now I'm looking at it again. I might just put the skirt in so it's in. And then I can add the rest of the jewelry. And then I can add the tattoos. And then I can add some colour. Which hopefully will happen reasonably quickly. I mean, maybe we will be streaming until 3 o'clock today. Who knows? I do want to stream until this is done. So, okay. I'll just turn this layer off with the other hands. Because I've got more of a line going on here. So that would be about to here, I think. Are you triggering the various states manually as you speak? Yes, so the mouth movements, a little bit behind the curtain, the mouth movements just go with the microphone, and so does the head movement. So me just doing this is me just rocking my head back and forth. But the other things are buttons that I have attached to a little MIDI keyboard. And they're all animations that I've programmed, including the blink or the winks, like that. So it's a combination of... I've gotten very used to talking and pressing buttons, to the point where when I'm talking to people on a call now, it just feels weird that I'm not pressing buttons. How was my holiday? It was good. It was good. How was yours? I did a few things. It was mostly quiet. Spent some time with my partner. A little bit of time with some friends and family. New Year's Day, we watched Lord of the Rings Extended Edition, all 3 films. It was very cool. Thanks for explaining. It must be almost... Yeah, it is. So I know where I've put all of my keys. So it's become a memory thing now. Like, I remember which button's on what key. Occasionally I'll press the wrong key. I've got some new buttons that I haven't used a lot, but if I feel like I'm taking a break from drawing, I can... Whoop! Hello, I can zoom in. And then I can just talk to everyone. Oh, that's the T button because I'm on the wrong thing. Let's take that down. There we go. I meant to blink. So I can zoom in. If you want the extreme close-up, this is where I can get up in all your faces. And then I can just, come back down. So I have a few things. That's new. But I've actually been very good at staying on the drawing today, I think. Alright, thank you. Just chilling food and stuff. Chilling with your boyfriend, as well as gaming and watching movies. Ooh, what food? Tell me more. Tell me more about this food you had over Christmas and stuff. I must know. Yeah, I find it fascinating to program stuff as well, like all of the... Oh wait, is that on the wrong layer? No, it's not. Okay, good. Just all the VTuber stuff. I use Adobe at the moment. I use Character Animator. But maybe, like, I'm gonna look into Live 2D at some point this year. I really want to see if it's better or, doesn't really work for my purposes. Just very curious about it because that's what I know most other people use. But I like what I've got going. I don't want to change too much about it. Just took a part of a bake. Ooh, French baguette. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, some warm bread. You can't beat that. Most Christmas food, like the meats, potatoes, just the usual traditional stuff. That's fair. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna look at the spacing here because I will do this one destructively. I need to just put some points in around the fingers so I can get rid of that. And then we'll do the same here. Come on in. There we go. And I need to do the same for the band here. And I kind of changed my mind about how I want to do things, whether I want to do it destructively or non-destructively, and it really depends on how I envision I'm going to be colouring. So I think this part, it'll be easier for me to make it destructive. Oh, no, I don't want a spreadsheet. You go away. This is not the place for spreadsheets. It works really well as is. Yeah, I think it would only be if I could kind of do what I'm doing right now, but easier. Though sometimes, a couple times a year, I like to run tabletop streams, and I like to call them animated tabletop streams because we have VTuber models for every single character. And last time for the Halloween one, it's featured on this Twitch page. It's also on my YouTube channel. We had some CGs that I drew, backgrounds and stuff like that. It was very, very cool, if I do say so myself. But the only downside to using Character Animator for that is it's very hard to set that up for other people. So it may be good to look into Live 2D as a way of setting up stuff for live streams of the tabletop nature. Diplomat spreadsheeting eavesdrop for the expense. Oh man, this boy is not that organized. I like the idea of PB here doing some sort of expenses spreadsheet. He gets a PA to do that. For sure. That is not his jam. I'm gonna even... You know what? I'm gonna have to check. I don't think he has any dots in bureaucracy. Because bureaucracy is a skill in Exalted. And I love that it is. I love making characters who have all of the bureaucracy and they're like, I know all of the forms and I filled them out in triplicate. They make me very happy. Okay. NPCs. PB. We're gonna just take a hot second for me to check something that really doesn't matter. He does have a dot in bureaucracy. So he does understand it, but I just don't think he enjoys it. You may have a very rare big sword, but I have 36 miles of red tape. That I kind of love that about the Exalted setting, like, especially if you're dealing with anything in heaven, which is Yushan. Yushan is a wonderful place, full of middle management and red tape. It's one of my favorite interpretations of heaven. I love that everyone there is just stressed and overworked and paid in chocolate money. It's very silly, and I love it. Yeah, and that was an interesting thing I discovered as well, because as a European, I consider chocolate money to be like a Christmas thing, because in Europe it's like a Kris Kringle sort of thing. In the UK, we put chocolate coins on a Christmas tree, and I found out from doing a comic about it once that in America that's not the case. In America, it's very much a Jewish thing. They don't do. There's no like Christmas coins. It's all Hanukkah based. So that was very interesting. So you know that was like a huh. Because I always forget about, like, you know, I always don't notice the cultural differences immediately between maybe the US and the UK. But when they get like sort of brought up like that, it was a very interesting day. Yeah, today it was very much like that. And I looked into it, and the practices came about at a very similar time, and they just seemed to be kind of unrelated. More just the fact that, you know, like kind of being able to mold chocolate was a thing, and they just kind of happened independently of each other, which was very interesting. There we go. I'm just going to pop a line so that I'll turn that line off, but when we group the lines to do a fill, we've got a bottom, basically, so it's not just gonna go off forever. Nice, okay. I'm gonna finish the jewelry before I go on another break, because I think I've got time. And I might just steal the flowers from the crown and repurpose them. So we did change the positioning of the arms, so we might just need to change some of these. I might also just draw it off of the arm. Just so that I can, like, get the shape. So I want it to be a nice bangle. And then I'm going to come in. I'm going to steal this flower from the circlet. I'm going to scale this up, I think. We want to make sure it's centered. And I'm going to pop these two on the side. Maybe have a little circle in the middle. So we have a nice pattern. And is that going to go across the thicker part of his arm? Yeah, that'll fit. It's going to fit both. Yeah. We're good. We're good on size. So now I'm going to add like a little bit of a curve. So I'm just going to I'm going to duplicate it just in case I mess this part up. But I'm going to add a slight arc. Not quite that much of an arc. Do I want it up or down? I think I want it down. Maybe up. Like a really small arc. Just so that we've got a little curve going on. And then we can put this on. Like that. And I'm gonna take this over here. I'm gonna turn this off because I don't need it. And then I'm going to reflect this over for the other one. And then I'm going to change up the angles a bit so that it's not all at the same angle. I should have given him a ring. Oh, I'm going to give him a ring. Just realised, I was like, he could have a ring. Since the theme is bling bling, I just feel like he should have everything. Okay, so I want these to be touching because I feel like that's what's holding that up there. And we'll bring this down here. Okay. I like that. Nice. Okay, so I've got the tattoos to do, but every other thing I think has been accounted for. So let's just give him a ring. He's not married, so I want to avoid the ring finger. I'm going to put it on a pinky. He's definitely not married. He's definitely not ready for commitment, this one. He's enjoying that single life. What I might do is I might just take this flower since I am using it a lot. And I'm gonna just pop it on his finger. So that's... Yeah, there we go. I think that's just a nice little extra. So in terms of colouring, I'm going to want to have... Where are these lines? These are the ring. So I'm going to want these lines separate. And I'm going to want the jewellery to also be separate. So let's bring that to the front. But the rest of it, apart from these little bits here, are kind of all ingrained because there's no background lines. So then I'm going to group this. And I won't need this shape anymore. And yeah, I think I'm happy with those lines. Moa, yeah, it's the first dungeon stream. Welcome on in. I am drawing a very sassy looking character today by the name of PB for my Discord's monthly community challenge. This month's challenge is bling bling. So we're drawing one of my exalted NPCs who likes wearing jewelry. Covered in jewelry. I really like the way he's looking. We still need to add some tattoos. But I think I'll do that after the break. You've caught me just as I'm about to go on a break. They look very snazzy. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I still haven't done the optional sunglasses, but you know what? We'll leave those. Leave those for now. Yeah. Break first, tattoos afterwards. So if you need to get yourself a drink, or if you need to have a stretch, or if you need to take care of yourself, now is the time. I am going to be 10 minutes. So I will see you all in 10 minutes. Hello! I'm back again. I have some more fruit tea. I like having fruit tea because it means I don't get too dehydrated with all the caffeine. I hope everybody else had a good break. Instead of doing the tattoos, I won't forget them. I promise. I promise. I want to just get some base color in here. So I don't know if you'll be able to tell because it's a very subtle difference, but the lines have gone from being black to dark blue. Just because I prefer a slight color in the lines, I think it helps everything pop. So we need to get some color in here. I'm going to do that first. So I'm going to find my reference sheet for this character, because I know it has some colors on it. Here we go, it's huge. But I don't need all the rest of them. I just need to clip it. So let's clip it. So I've got my palette. I can just leave here. And then I'm just going to add the swatches over to my Illustrator. So this is just the skin and tattoos, and then this was hair. Because his hair has all the colours in it, since he is based on a parrot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just duplicate the lines very quickly. Because as soon as I turn the live paint on, it's going to get rid of all my tapering. Which is not ideal. So let's just get some of this in here for the time being, and then I'm gonna just turn the lines off so it's just a pure color layer, and then I can keep my tapered lines on the top. Just got the pretty boy parrot name. It's okay. I've been saying PB for the most time. Yes, his name is Pretty Boy because he's a parrot. The players were not impressed with me. They were like, why would anyone choose this name? Why would he choose this name? It's a stupid name. Why would he want to be called that? And I'm like, because he does. Because he's a pretty boy. And he knows it. I was like, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. He did choose his name. So, Exalted, you have, you know, if you're mortal, you just your name. His mortal name was Hani, Hani, and when you become a chosen of the gods, as he is chosen by the lunar goddess. You get to pick your deed name, or you know, someone will pick it for you. But he got to pick his, and yeah, he picked Pretty Boy because he has a sense of humor, unlike everybody else. Hydrate! Thank you for the hydrate again, Ringtail. I have fresh tea. I'm gonna come up a bit closer. And I'm gonna have a hydrate. Anyone else who has a drink, I invite you to hydrate along with me. Delicious. Delicious. You would call yourself Gigi then? That's a cool name. Does it mean anything? Oop, I need to shrink. How do I shrink? There it is. Ah, gorgeous there you go. Exactly. It's a great name. A lot of people go for the serious names because I think the deed names are kind of just based off of like the titles you get in like a lot of Asian stuff, or like from Asian culture, where you'd have like, you know, you know, like Dragon of the West is like Iroh's from Avatar, that sort of thing. It doesn't always translate very well into English because the name just ends up being super long. But the deed names are kind of based off that, so other characters in like other named characters like go by like Leviathan. That's a named character. A lot of the villains, a lot of the Death Lords, they have very long names. The lover clad in the remnants of tears, that's a name. But it usually just gets abbreviated, you know, to the lover. So I always like to think of a name and abbreviation. So it's Pretty Boy / PB. I have a lot of fun with the names. I'm going to just go straight in with the red. We'll add the other colours in a bit. And I'm going to add the same red for this skirt as well. Because I just think red is his colour as the parrot thing. But yeah, I like the names to be connected with who they are, and if they're a Luna, they're like animal totem sometimes. So it just made the most sense. He's not a serious person. He likes to joke about and have a good time. And his name kind of reflects it, even if it annoys other people. Let's pop the jewelry back on. Okay. So this one I can just go like this. Oh no. There we go. I don't want to copy them. We don't need that. You go back. That's too light though. I think it's, yeah. We'll start off with this yellow. I would definitely be friends with a Luna called Gorgeous Girl. It'll go well. They could be like some sort of duo. And I think I want to add like maybe these beads. Maybe these beads are gold as well. So let's grab all of these. And then I think I'll put like a white base on the cowrie shells. Called FUD, short for Befuddling Squirrel. I like that. Befuddling Squirrel, that's a cool one. Yeah, so I had names that I have for NPCs or other characters. Gosh, where are they? I've got Wild Skinner. Wild Skinner is one of my favorite ones. He's my bear, my polar bear Luna, who I love very much. There is some of my players were called like I remember one was called Jaws because he was a shark, which was very fun. But I'm trying to remember what his entire name was. We just called him Jaws. I'm like, oh, I don't remember his full name. So this layer needs to be on the top, I think. Yeah, perfect. Wild Skinner couldn't drag me away. I think he would definitely try. When I was talking about the absolute unit that I was drawing for myself off stream during the holidays, that is that character. I think I haven't finished it. That's the thing. I haven't finished it. Oh gosh. What is happening? PB, your necklace, it's flying everywhere. There we go. That looks a bit better. Just a little adjustment. Yeah, he almost certainly could, but you know, yeah, he's working with what the song gives us. No problem. I think I can't say what let's open it. It's not done. But I can show you what he looks like since he's come up. Here he is. There's my Luna. My beautiful boy. The absolute unit. Just is more of a, he's got more of an like an Inuit vibe. This is like the summer Luna. He's the winter. But yeah, I like drawing that character a lot. So what do I do? What am I doing? I wanted these to be metal, so... Oh, no. Let's make sure this is the same gold. And then, do I want this to be gold? I was kind of thinking it was more like mother of pearl, so it needs to be... I'm gonna just do a light purple for now. Just so that there is a colour involved. Oh, not in the teeth though, I want that to be white. Yeah. This is looking good. Is that another hydrate ringtail? I'm already so hydrated. I can do another hydrate though. A quick hydrate, a little sippy sip. Everybody have a little hydrate. Num 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 num. Okay. But base colours are in. Is there anything I've missed? Obviously I need to put the whites for his eyes in. But these are just the fills. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, nothing seems to be missing. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and expand the fill layer. Then I can add other colours in to all of this, so if I just... I'm gonna just turn off the jewellery and stuff for the time being. And I'm gonna pop the whites of the eyes in. So I've locked the lines. Excellent. Means I can connect right to them. And Illustrator's not going to do anything funky. And then I can pop that in. And we'll grab the pupil, put it on top. Less happy with that. I think I want to round it myself. Yeah, looks better. Ah. And then I want to pop that in. But what like campaigns are people playing right now? Because I've been talking an awful lot about my characters today. And I know that there's a lot of tabletop players in chat. So I kind of want to listen as well. What things are going on in people's tabletop campaigns? Anything fun? I hope so. There we go. Maybe not that way. Bending. I think I do want it to be like more out this way. Yeah. Maybe it's just that this needs to come out further as well. I think that does. There we go. It always looks weird when there's no white in the eyes for me. I need to add that in. Nothing at the moment. Was running a game with some American friends. Want to get back to, but scheduling is hard. Oh my gosh, it could be definitely hard, especially when time zones are that different. Like, you're looking at, what, like a 5-6 hour difference? Maybe more? Maybe less? America's a big place. Okay, I also want to add some different colors to his hair, so I'm going to come into just the color layers, and I can add some extra bits and pieces. 8 hours, yeah. Oh my gosh, scheduling for an 8-hour time difference. That sounds like a nightmare. Scheduling with no time difference can be tricky. Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and give myself some layers. Oops, sorry, I think I just hit the mic there a little bit. Hopefully that wasn't too much. And then the fringe is usually pretty purple. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make sure that all of this here is one shape because I don't need it to be multiple shapes. So is that all of his hair? Yeah, that's all of his hair. And then I can make a clipping mask out of it so that I can control all of these. And I'm going to come back and make like kneading it up afterwards, add some curves. I think I just want to give myself some base points right now. So we have a bit of a purple layer. And what's next? I've got some light blue that I kind of just like to sit in these bits here. So we've got one, and then I need to see the lines again for the second one. So that'll come out like this. And then I can just add that to my group. And what color next? Green. In this style, there's not like a huge amounts of green, and then the tips are all yellow, so it's more of a line in this one for the green. The green just kind of snakes around a bit on both sides. And let's just pop that in. And then I can come in and add some yellow tips to all of this stuff. Hello, Pan. How are you doing? Glad to run into your streams again this year. Yes, I'm back. I am back, and I'm ready to go. I'm drawing one of my dear NPCs today, called PB, for the Art Community Challenge in my Discord. And he is based off of a parrot, so we have a lot of colour to put into his hair that I've just started to rough out. Cool, now we can go back and neaten that up slightly, I think. Definitely see the macaw and yeah, that's the one. He is a very vibrant, chatty individual. He's a diplomat. We've established that he can change the length of his hair at will. And that he can manipulate metal like it's clay. Exalted is a wild game. Where your power sets are ridiculous. But yeah, he's not much of a fighter. He's more of a lover. Which are characters I do adore playing, I'm gonna be honest. I adore playing a fighter as well, though. Depends what mood I'm in. So let's add a bit more shape to this bit. I'm gonna try and follow the curves that the rest of his hair is kind of forming. There we go. Currently absorbing all the warm weather today before the frigid cold comes in this week. Yeah, I hear my partner keeps saying it's going to get really cold here as well. I'm not looking forward to it. I hope everyone's okay though. Like everyone's got enough heating and stuff. No one's been caught out by it. Gonna give this one a bit of a reverse point. NPC looks like they're in a happy, warm place. Yeah, the setting that he's from is it's just called the West in Exalted. But it's kind of like a lot of islands if they were all in the same place. So there's a lot of different cultural influences. There's a lot of Hawaiian influences, I think, from the island that he's from. So yeah, very, very tropical, very warm. Very nice, very pleasant. In a modern built flat in the middle of the floor, plenty of insulation. Ah, okay. Yes. That's pretty good. Can be pretty cold where I am, just my flat, just the flat that I'm in, but I can deal. I'm all good. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to sort out this green line. Worst case, you have a fluffy cat to cuddle for warmth. Excellent. That is what the feline friends are for. To share the floof. Okay, now I'm gonna go in and add a few minor curves. And the only reason I'm doing this is because it'll help the line flow a bit better when I add some tapering. So I'm just gonna come in and add some very small curves. There we go. And then I'll do the same on the other side. Let's grab a point and zoom in. Ah yes, we're back to some Zelda and chill. It's always very nice when we end up here. Okay. I do want to try and get caught up on some more video games this year. The last couple of years has just been a very just not very video game oriented. There's a few. Last year was all about Hades. Hades took all my time. I had a brief break for Pokemon, and then that was pretty much it. Okay. The crown is so nice. So he needs that ring as well. I see you, ring. You haven't been dealt with. Where are my 2 lines? Oh wait, they're here. There they are. So I am going to make sure that this is just a solid. Did that not change blue? Yeah, it did. Okay, brilliant. And we're gonna make the ring gold too. Okay. And I'm going to turn the palette off because I've got the blue for the tattoos that I still need to do. I'll do those next. I just want to add a slight gradient to the bottom of this. Hello, Mesmer. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for catching the stream. So I'm gonna grab all of these shapes here. Been a lurk for a while, enjoying the vibes. Thank you very much. I like the cozy vibes. I feel like there's a lot of people that come in and just kind of chill before bed or in the morning, which makes me happy. Good, that's everything. And I'm gonna just group this together. Thanks, how am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying this actually. I'm enjoying working on this particular thing right now. I'm gonna add the color back in and I'm gonna just alter the gradient down like so, just so that I don't need to have this line. That's the wrong way. There we go. There's a little bit of it. I just need to move it up ever so slightly. There. And then I don't have such an awkward cutoff there. But I might just bring this in so there's a bit more colour going on. Oh, thank you, everybody. Sunday chill vibes. That is what I like to do. It's what I like to bring. Okay, tattoos. I've been saying I'd do them for ages. Now is the time. Now is the time for the tattoos. So I need my reference back. So let's release the clipping mask off of this reference. And then I don't need the legs. I really just need this part of him that I can use. There we go. Okay. thank you for the bits. 200 coins for the jukebox. Thank you very much. I also feel like I have to always point people in Game Chops' direction. They do a really wonderful radio, and all of their stuff is stream friendly and really, really chill. I highly recommend checking out their Spotify or their YouTube. So I've got this turtle, and the turtle is symmetrical. So I might just take it from my reference. I might just come all the way in here and draw half of this turtle. And then I can transfer it over. So let's round it off. Ah, speaking of Pokemon. Very cozy version of this track. Let's come in. This line's a little bit weird. There we are. Just want to fix that up. I think I got a few extra points in there that don't need to be there. Aha! And we just need a little flipper. And the reason these tattoos are blue is because they're magical. The vast majority of Lunas in Exalted have magical tattoos. It's kind of part of the deal. So I like to depict them as blue, because I imagine that the material that they use is blue, or has like a bluish sheen. I always like attribute blue to like the moon and stuff like that, because it just feels a little bit nicer than grey. But then there's also silver. I tend to depict silver with blue. Okay, let's reflect that over. Oh, come on. Moving you over. And then this side, we can just make some hot, like solid shapes and fill in the blue. And then this side, we just want the lines to be blue. And I have a turtle. Let's move him over. Boop. And then we'll put the diagonal lines in a bit. So let's scale him up. He fits on the peck there. Just on the one side. Let's turn the necklaces off. I'm gonna add a bit of a slant, I think. Just to help the angle. And then I'm gonna just come in with some lines. Should have gone the other way first. Never mind. Let's do that. Let's get some diagonal lines going. Gosh. Let's group them in. Make sure it's covering that turtle. Then I can use the turtle as a mat. Just need to make it a compound mask, and then I can make it a clipping mask. Aha! There we go. That was a little bit fiddly, but we got there. I think I want to just give him a little rotate as well. Let's group him together. We've got our nice turtle. And then there's some waves. That's just kind of just under on the side there. So I'm going to start with a triangle. And then I'm going to use that to make my wave shape. And on its side. Okay. And then I need to just put this on the right layer so I can come into this color. And I can move the arm on top. In fact, I just need this to be underneath the main body shape. And then I can bring the skirt up. Yeah, like that. It's already there. Excellent. And I think I can probably turn these back on. He doesn't have anything on the neck. Okay, cool. Just checking. And then... Oh, that's a bit too big. I'll do that manually. Then we're going to put some circles on the shoulders. So the reason that the tattoos are not quite like traditional tattoos is because I've kind of taken a different aspect of his story to do the tattoos. Some characters I lean more into the like where they're from, but his tattoos are more based on his backstory. Because with Exalted, I don't think this is a necessary thing. Lunars just tend to have magical tattoos. That's pretty much as far as it goes. I personally really like them to reflect the character, you know, to have some story, to have some meaning. That's why, like, the turtle is very more reminiscent of something like more traditional, because that represents his mentor. But some of the other bits and bobs on his person are more representative of his character. So he has whirlpools because he exalted. He was chosen by the gods, is probably the easiest way to say it. When the ship that he was on was caught in a whirlpool, which is why the motif's there. The feathers are there because of his totem form's a parrot. So there's a lot of other things that I kind of put into these tattoos. And I have a lot of fun trying to come up with them as well. I've seen some great ones that people have done. Like, it's just some very cool things that people have made. And I'm gonna pop these in a clipping mask here. So this one needs to move over quite a bit because we're gonna need to just change the angle. So, maybe not that much. Kind of, yeah, more like this. I think this one actually doesn't fit either. I like the center to be like on the top of his shoulder, so that probably isn't. Yeah, that looks like a better angle. It's much easier when I've got the clipping mask set up because I can just squash and stretch. Yeah, I think that I want the lines to be thicker as well. Yeah. Maybe that thick, maybe not that thick. Maybe not that consistent. What if I had a taper? What does that do? I quite like that. Probably not that much though. Let's go through and add some sort of taper to these. That should help with the depth. And I'll do the same on the other side. Let's bring them in. Yeah. Oh, wait, there's a point here for some reason. Why is there a point here? Okay, it's fine. We'll deal with it. And then it's just the feathers now. The feathers on the arms. So I think I'll turn that off. Pet Mimicbot has asked a question. Pet Mimicbot asks... describe your current tabletop RPG character's appearance. Okay. Please feel free to join in chat. I like to hear about what everybody's characters look like. My current character is my Strixhaven campaign. His name is Aero. He is a shifter, so he has a bit of a canine appearance. His pointed ears, pale skin, and dark hair because he's got a kind of shadow sorcerer background. He gets his powers from the undead, so he's a little bit paler than potentially he should be. A little bit sickly pale, but full of life. Still full of life. Kind of dark circles around the eyes. Canine fangs. And quite muscular because of that multi-class into barbarian. That'll do it. That'll bulk you up. Okay, I'm going to make a few different feather shapes that I can use, and then I'll wrap them around the arms. So there is just this one, and then there was some circles that I don't want to be that thick. Needs to be a bit more of a space. Yeah, that's better. And then I'll pull these back. I'm in a Starfinder AP, and I play a Skittlemonster Solarian. Ooh, I played a Solarian when I played Starfinder as well. I really liked it. Imagine an Ewok or Stitch from Lilo and Stitch with 6 arms, and the Force manifested in a light orb that hovers around her shoulder. That sounds so cute. I love that description. Yeah, I really liked Solarian as a class. I was very into it. Okay, we've got that one, and then I want like a one that's got more of a bend, or do I? Like, I kind of like that. Maybe I just want to use the one. So, tattoos. If I think about it. Oh, no, don't do that. I just liked the paladin for science angle. It was like, I was like, I get this. I can dig this. I really liked my character. She was quite money obsessed, my Solarian, because her department was strictly underfunded. It's very obsessed with getting paid. But purely so that the research could continue. It was fun. It was very I didn't get to play a lot, unfortunately, but I did have a lot of fun doing it. There was an encounter with a Hell Knight, and one of your arms got chomped off. Oh no! Oh gosh, I hope they grow back. Oh wait, oh, you got a fairy red prosthetic arm. That's quite cool. That's cool. That's cooler than an arm growing back. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. You've got like a little laser arm. That's really, 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 really cool. I'm just very enthralled. I can't think of another word to use. I keep trying to come up with another one, and then my brain just goes, cool though. It's cool. That's the word you're looking for. Oh, no, I don't want it under the arm. I want to use this arm as a clipping mat. So I'm going to press make. And then we have our feathery tattoos on one of them. Though I do want to move them around a little bit. The top one, this is the one that's bothering me. Just think that these could work better together a little bit. Yeah. And then I'm gonna just duplicate this one out so that I can sort out the other arm in a second. And I'm gonna pop this in an envelope distort so that I can give it a slight curve. So I can just drag this down like this. And that should just make it look a little bit more round. And I'll do the same with all of them. Oh gosh, there we go. And that should add a little bit of interest difference to them all. And that one, I think that one's fine. We don't really see it. Okay. Though you're not playing at the moment, a reoccurring / go-to character of yours is a red tiefling who is tattooed with eldritch ink that spreads further around his body. Centered on the chest, the higher level he is. That's very cool. Talking about magic tattoos, I like that. Tends to change appearance all the time magically due to mood, for fun, by accident. Ah, it's very cool. I like that. The lunar tattoos actually have a bit of an aspect of that because they can change shape as well. They are very fluid. That's part of the magical aspect of them, I guess. The Silver Pact is just very cool. I like it as a thing because of that. Like if you owe someone a life debt, your tattoos change to reflect it. If you owe a life debt from someone in a past life, that can also be reflected because those things carry over. Or maybe they don't. It depends on the characters. That would be a very cool interaction. Being like, your past life owes me, and you being like, I don't think so. But yeah, PB doesn't have anything like that, but Skinner doesn't owe someone a life debt. Somebody owes him a life debt. So he has a tattoo. His tattoos reflect that. On his calf, he's got like a little Yidam symbol representative of the Luna who basically owes him that favor. It is cool. Like the tattoos themselves, like mechanically, they don't really do much. It's all for flavor. Mechanically, I'd say it's all for flavor if I'm honest. Because I was gonna say it's mechanically, but for lore, the tattoos kind of keep the Luna's exaltation under control. It stops you from turning into a crazy monster. But, if you are so inclined, you can play a Luna without the tattoos, but you have to do rolls to not turn into a crazy monster. Albeit it's a very slow burn. You're not going to... If you're running a very short campaign, it's not going to happen. It would be to the point where I wouldn't even bother doing those rolls. But if you're in a long-term campaign, you could get some mutations. You could get some, like... malflictions. It can be very interesting actually. One of my players was without tattoos, and we frequently did rolls. He ended up with like horns and stuff because of the mutations. It was very cool. Okay, let's add another thing. Flavor is the best part. Yeah, I love adding stuff like that. Aero's appearance is all down to the flavor of his powers. Gosh, where is the envelope distort? There it is. I would like to bend this, please. And I like using the envelope because I just find it's easier than just adjusting the shape when you've got like extra bits and pieces to work with. So let's just bend this one. Just want to make it so it looks a little bit curved. And then maybe we can add some shine and stuff. Make them look magical. No, not with warp, with mesh. Don't do that. I want you to do other things. It's like a very subtle difference, but I do see a difference. I just think it looks a little more on his body. If I just add that little bit. There we go. I think I want to do that as well with the waves. I think that needs a bit more of a wave in it overall, so I'm gonna take this. No. I just want this 1 point. I just want it. I don't want everything. Let me have this, please. Oh gosh. Why are you being so difficult? I'm gonna lock everything there. It's being a meanie. There we go. I think that's the way I wanted to go. Yeah, that is the way I wanted to go. I just want to follow a little bit of a curve. Not much of one, but just enough. That it's not completely straight. There. Okay. We're almost done. I'm gonna go on one more break. I think it's worth it. I think I've got enough to do that it's worth going on one more break. Because I need to add some highlights, I need to add a lot of shine to the tattoos, and then we can put some shade on. And I feel like I'm almost there. I like the way this is looking. I can decide how I want to color the shade and stuff. So I'm gonna get one more drink, and then we'll finish this off, and then we should be good. We should be good to go. So, if you need one more drink, or if you need a stretch, or if you need to do anything at all, it is a good time to do it because I'm about to go on a break. So I will see everybody in 10 minutes. Hello! I'm back. As you can see, I did a tiny bit over the break. I just changed the line colour of all of the gold to a light yellow, and I think it's making it look suitably shiny. So I'm very happy with that. I hope everybody else had a good break. And I'm going to try and finish this. How could I? I should have waited. It's okay. I hope you forgive me. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. I would like to add some kind of nice shines to the tattoos because I really like making them look magical. Forgiven. Yay, thank you. Everything is right now. I am going to expand the appearance so that I don't have to worry about the envelope. So I'll do it on these ones first. I like to make the tattoos a compound path, so Illustrator knows to treat it as one object. That's basically what that means. And I like to add a gradient to the top. Not the red, but we'll change that. And I like to do it on screen mode. And I like to use blue and pink. The blue of the tattoo and just a pink because I really like the way it looks. So let's grab this pink, and maybe just a lighter pink will be better. Let's go with a light pink. There we go. I just really like the sheen that it gives, so I'm gonna do a really long gradient there because it just makes it look, well, I think it makes it look magical. So let's do the same to the turtle. I'm gonna duplicate the turtle and I'm gonna outline all the strokes. Just make sure that worked. Yes, it did. We're gonna merge everything together that we need. And then we should be able to just treat this as one object. If I make it a compound path, and then we can put this gradient on. Oh no, not that. That's not a gradient. And come along like that. And then the arms, I think I'll just treat the arms mostly as like one thing. So I locked this, didn't I? Let's unlock this shape. I am going to come in here and I'm going to make this... Oh wait, no, I can't. I need to expand it first. I'm going to expand all the leaves so that the envelope has done its thing. And then I'm going to make it so that I can make them all one shape. So I think I have to outline things. And then I can make it a compound path. Almost there. What's wrong? What's wrong with this? Oh wait, I know what's wrong with this. It's accounting for the middle bits as well. I don't want those. There it is. So let's pop the gradient on. And then this arm. This arm's got... Well, this has got this as well. But we'll treat that separate, so... Let's grab everything over here. I'm going to expand. the appearance of it all. And then outline the strokes, merge it all together, get rid of all the itty bitty individual things. And then I'm going to pop a gradient on. Ooh, okay, I know what that... There it is. Just don't have the base layer on. That's what I forgot. There we go. I think that's all of the tattoos. Yeah, I think I need to just work on the gradient on this one. It's a bit too bright over here. So I just need to pull that out. I think I just want to move it over. And I think this is where the shade would be coming from, so I don't really need too much pink on that side, really. That's better. And then what I think I'm going to do is maybe I'll just shrink the pink as the highlight. So I can go around maybe just anywhere that I want there to be a bit of a shine. I'll add some pink. And I can turn this all to the right blending mode when I'm happy. Let's put some dots in here. Let's pop it on the ear. And I'm hoping this will make everything suitably shiny. We'll have to taper some things in a bit. So I'll probably just go around then and tidy it up. Okay, let's group this and turn it on screen. So we've got some shine going on. We want this below the lines though, because otherwise it's going to look a little bit odd in places. And then for the most part, so everything that isn't the cowrie shells, basically, I'm going to change the way the line looks. And I'm going to add a taper so that comes in. Though I think it did grab those as well. Gosh darn it. Let's change those back if it did. No, oh wait, no, they're still there. They're just not very visible. Okay, I can work on that. Might just come in and group them in their own group so that they can have their own little layer style, because they're not coming out very well like that. So Ah, interesting. Ah, okay, well, I'm gonna leave them be. Illustrator just doesn't like that. That's fine. And now I want to add something to the hair. Let's make his hair nice and shiny. And screen. So what I might do with the hair shinies, so I might make one that's got like a slightly thinner middle, and that can be white. So the pink is like a little glow. Yeah, that's suitably shiny. Now I want to do some shade. It's gonna need it on the face. So I think I can just pretty much... His forehead is gonna be in shade, so... Let's try using like a purple to offset. That's a bit too dark on multiply. How is that gonna look? I mean, that might be a bit too light. I'm gonna just use this color for now and then see how I go. Okay, so this needs to go behind all of these, which I'm just going to group. Then I can just figure out these ends here. Just on the home stretch now, just all the little bits. All the little details. So then this one can come in and go behind the rest of the hair. Oh, but also I want to move the eyes back, I think. I do want to add something to that, as in, like, a multiply or something. I don't like it as just the colour. Or either that or it just needs to be a different colour. So I find that too dark. It's not bad, but it's not quite what I'm after. Thinking. Let's just leave it. This will be fine. This will be fine. It's towards the end now. My decision making is all over the place. I'm just gonna go with it. Pet Mimicbot has asked another question. Pet Mimicbot asks, what is your favorite genre of game? Pet Mimicbot likes fantasy, but wishes they could also go to space. That is fair. That is fair, Pet Mimicbot. Favorite genre? Also feel free to answer in chat. Gosh, I'm not sure what my favorite genre is, because I don't think it's fantasy, even though that tends to be where I end up. I actually quite like doing a lot of modern stuff. I like doing modern dystopia things. I find that very fun. That might be my favorite. I think it's a thing that changes quite a lot. I like a lot of like kids cartoon settings as well. I would say if that's a thing. I like playing Masks. I like playing what is it? Like Monster of the Week and Glitter Hearts and other Powered by the Apocalypse stuff. I just find that very cool. Always default to fantasy, but love a good mystery. Mystery is also a good one. Yeah, I agree. Post-apocalyptic is up there for you. Yeah, there's just something quite fun about something dystopian, I think, for me. I don't know what it is. But I like a lot of the cyberpunky kind of vibes. Okay, I need the eyes. This needs to go behind the eye, and I can give the eye its own thing. Let's do this. And this for the brows. Really want to play some Apocalypse World at some point. Yeah, I actually do too. Just because I haven't, and I think that's where the Powered by the Apocalypse rule set comes from, so it just kind of makes sense. Like urban fantasy, so modern but with fantastical elements. That is also a good one. I do really like that. I think there's something really kind of fun about that genre. There we go. Yeah, I'm liking the purple a bit more now. I didn't want to just go with like a normal bland shade. I wanted it to be like a little bit poppy. Let's make the cheek a little less pointy there. I'm going to grab these necklaces and I'm going to drag them down ever so slightly. And I am going to make sure the fill is all same color. And use them just like that as a shade. So I'm wondering, to kind of preserve some details underneath, I'm wondering if I could just turn it to something like color. Yeah. That's nice, because then I still get my gradient and stuff with the tattoos come through. So that works. I do need to put some more highlights on these. Let's see. Like how it's turned out. Thank you. Thank you very. I hope you've had a good luck, Era. I know that the time zone, it must be late for you, or is it not? Maybe it's not. Remind you of the Atlantis animation. Yeah, I can see that. I really like the Atlantis film. I know it didn't do like super well. I guess it is quite, I don't know, dull. But I feel like the characters kind of carry a lot for me. I feel like they're quite memorable. It's definitely an interesting kids film. 11 p.m. Oh, okay. So late but not too late. Can I just add more here? Just a little bit to the chest. Gonna probably need to add some extra points in here. Pretty underrated characters are well written. Yeah, I think, like, I definitely can understand why people maybe tune out, but I think it's worth it for the characters. I find them very funny. So I should be able to turn this to color. Yeah, and everything's okay. I think that's a bit too much. There we go. Just a little bit there, not too much. Maybe like a little triangle. Oh, nope. That wasn't what I wanted to do. I think it's because when people think of kids' films, they think of it being like super action-packed. Lots of, you know, like it's kind of like it's constantly moving. And it's a bit more of a slow burn, I would say. And I think that's why maybe people don't get on it with Atlantis as much as other people do. Hello, it's Tim, isn't it? I think it's Tim. Hello, welcome on in. It's been a while. It's been a little bit of time. Yeah! I hope you had good holidays. So I'm just trying to think of how I'm shading this. I mean, I need to put some shade for the bangles. Having a bit of a stretch while I think. Do I want to have the top of this in shade as well? Well, I don't actually think that's probably not correct, actually, now that I think about it. because there'll be light coming through, so it's more like in the middle here. I think that's probably better. That's probably what I want. Yeah. And then I'm going to just take this line and the highlights out of the highlights, and we'll make this skin color. Then I'm gonna just add that in there. And then that goes under the bangles. Gosh, the shade on arms always gives me a bit of trouble. But I think we'll run with that for now. We'll run with this. Put a little bit under the bangle. And then I'll turn my attention to this other side. There we go. I'm going to turn the blending mode to color so that I can preserve all that tattoo detail. And just a little bit under this one at the top. Aha, but we want it underneath this as well. So let's figure out where this is. Bring it to the front. I think I don't want too much shade on this arm. Probably just a bit to help the muscle definition. And then that's pretty much it. Let's fit this around the line a little bit neater. Okay. And then let's work on where the hands are. I just want a little bit to ground them. So I will think this will work if I put this on color. Yeah. That's fine. That's good. That's still good. So blending mode I haven't really used a lot, so I was just a bit unsure there. It's actually worked out really well. Let's just get some of this in, and then I'll probably bring this back a bit, because that's a bit too far forward. Just want it a little bit around the fingers. And then maybe just a bit where the band is. And then just a bit here where there's the overlap in the skirt. It's just this arm that I don't like. Instead of deleting, I might just turn it off. Because then I can always bring it back. Might just do what I did on the other one and just keep it very simple. I'm not entirely sure what I want, so let's keep it simple. And get more complicated with it on other streams, I think. Yeah, I'm happier with that. Do want to add a nice cheek though. Just brighten up his face a little bit. He looks really pleased with himself. He does. That is his default. Let's get some little dots in. Now I want to put some whites on all these yellows. Up here, let's give these a bit of a shine. And then we'll come over to the bangle. Gonna give that a few lines. the ring. And then I think I want to try and just put a gradient to help the gold. So I'm going to come in here first. And I'm not going to use blue, I'm going to use yellow. But it needs to be at full opacity, not 0. And then there's the light yellow. And I think having a gradient like this, that'll just help it sing a little bit, make it look a bit metallic. And what I might do as well for the lines is, let's come in and grab these, and then we'll put them on the screen mode so that they stay visible. There we go. And then we'll do the same to all of these. Come in, grab the details. And I like it. I think it looks a lot shinier. Which is what I'm going for if my prompt is bling. Oh, and I've got to do the circlet too. Almost forgot. Yeah, that's pretty much there. Nice. He's so shiny. So shiny. What do we think? I'm gonna just pop this in the background as well. Because why not? He's a golden boy. And then I might just very quickly, very, very, very quickly, come on in and do those optional sunglasses that we talked about before I started doing any of this colouring stuff. Just put them in there. I want it to make sure it covers full eye, so let's make sure we got the right size. Need the little nose cushiony bits. Let's Let's reflect that over. Optional sunglasses. Ah, yeah, he's so cool. Let's make sure I've just got the thin bits. There we go. Now we're talking. Need those sunglasses. So yeah, we have optional sunglasses. Nice shiny skin indeed. I think we're done. I think I'm gonna call this. I might do the odd little tweak, the odd little boop off of stream, but I'm pretty happy with it. Thank you very much. Let's make sure that we're properly zoomed in. Yeah. And of course, if you want to join in with the community prompt, you can always join the Discord if you're over 18. !Discord will let you in. It's not like a mandatory thing. We just have a little creative challenge tag. So if you want to be tagged for that, you can be. And I'm excited to see what other people do this month. So yeah. And I think I might be finished in time just for some of the heroes to begin. They started, yeah, let's go raid them, because we said we would. Since I am actually still streaming, I wasn't intending to go for this long, but it's the first stream back and I was very excited to talk to everybody. Raid some other heroes. So they are a wonderful bunch of people who do D&D Let's Play. I think it's D&D right now. A few different tabletop RPGs. Should just be starting up the stream for today, so let's go see what's happening with all the characters. Yeah. I will be streaming next week. I haven't decided if I'm going to be streaming during the week again yet, or if I'm just going to be sticking to Sundays. So I will let everyone know on social media and in the Discord. But at the very latest, I'll see everyone on Sunday. We'll be doing another thing. I haven't decided what yet, but we'll probably maybe we'll get the Mimic Zine started. That should be nice, unless I come up with another project. Stay warm, yes, everyone stay warm, stay safe. And it was good to speak to you all, and I will see you all soon. Stick around for the raid, and until next time, have a wonderful weekend and a wonderful week. Bye bye!